All right, welcome back, everybody. I know there's no music in the background. I was gonna listen up, but I had to reload the game, and it takes longer than I was hoping for. I gotta be careful about what music you play or don't play on Twitch, don't you? Well, and also because this is being uploaded to YouTube after. So I hope all of this finds you well today. Today is episode 4 of our career playthrough of Kerbal Space Program, modded, of course. Would you expect anything less? Right, as let's face it, the vanilla game was long in the tooth when it released. Graphics wise. Right, there we go. We're finally in. Why is my... I just realized my chroma key is slightly off for some reason. That's alright. It'll still work. And I finally changed name. It's no longer default. It's modded career October start. Okay, so yesterday we finally made the money that we needed to be able to upgrade the R&D facility to be able to do EVA surface reports to get more science, right? So now we can get more science, but first let's warp a day. All right, let's pop into mission control and let's see what contracts we have here available for us today. Still target scanning, which isn't a thing. Wonder what I need to do to be able to eliminate target scanning as a an experiment. I can do all of these except for the Tundra. The Tundra is a long flight, man, and I doubt we can go that far. That is a really long way to go. Plus it says splash down. That makes it even more unlikely to happen. But we'll keep an eye on it. Nos Wolf, what's up, buddy? Narf? Narf it like you mean it. Yeah, altitude's too high for that. Test the Weasley turbofan engine at the launch site. That we can do. Tested a coupler splash down. We can do that. Surveys. Above? Nope. Above? Nope. And these are going to be far. Paying that amount of money. These are a long ways off. Above? Nope. Below? Yes. Even those might be really long flights. We'll have to wait and see. Alright, but first, let's get some science. Having some dinner? Come here to enjoy some shenanigans? Having dinner, let me guess.
Pizza.
Oops, I did not mean to launch that. Shenanigans? What? We don't do shenanigans. Not today, a panini sandwich. Dude, I haven't had an actual, like, real panini sandwich in a while. I actually did not mean to launch that. I meant to hit the craft folder button again. changed the name of the save so it removes the thumbnails. Alright, I'm gonna load up our little science truck. Oh, I gotta do a quick social media thing. I forgot. I realize I haven't been doing enough social media stuff. Right, for the stream, so. Get away from me, bug. Oops, I forgot to copy that out. What's up, Noswolf? I used to have a panini thing, griller. Okay, done with that. All right. So now we got to drive around and get some science from around the KSC as much as possible. So where's Bob the scientist? There he is. I'm going to slightly modify this since we do have 2 additional parts available to us. So what I'm going to do is add a pair of batteries. To our vehicle here. Like so. I mean, that's to give you an idea how small this thing is. Look how big the Z100 battery is. Okay. Oka, what's up, buddy? All right, Bob, get out and get us a surface sample, would you? All right, turn that off. Bob doesn't like going that fast. You can see it on his face. Well, and that would explain why. Because Bob... That's right, Bob doesn't have a driver's license. I forgot about that. Bob is lucky to be alive. Luckily, all he's got to do is take surface samples here, so... Yeah, if you're wondering why it wrecked, we drove across the seam. Right, but we got to get Bob to get all of that beautiful science. And we can still get a little bit more science from doing this one more time. We're doing a second round of it. If I mention how much that 20% science is a real slugfest. Right, out on the crawlerway. Bob is just trying to crash now. Get off that. I was thinking about driving back over to the harbor from here, but we have a lot of science on board. I don't want to have to go after it again in case Bob loses control of the vehicle again. So we're going to go ahead and recover right there. Take what science we can get. $18. That's our biggest haul yet. All right. Research 2 ribbon awarded for collecting 50 or more science points. Thank you, Bob. All right, that gets us general rocketry, which gives us the spherical tank, the Reliant liquid fuel engine, the Thumper solid fuel booster, and the FLT 200 fuel tank. So let's research that. And 18 grand. Yeah, we'll go ahead and buy the research on those. Okay, now we need 90 science. 90 science. All right, as we need advanced rocketry and general construction. All right, for the launch clamps. Even though I think if we have to make a choice, I think we're going to go with advanced rocketry first. We get fairings, dude. We don't get fairings up here until advanced construction. Oh my god. Well, they really, really want you to put Kerbals in orbit first, don't they? Societies! What's up, my friend? How are you doing today? By the way, I did some very small tweaking to make this thing just a little bit more efficient before publishing the craft file for this. And I think I forgot to put a note in Discord with this, that this requires Airplane Plus. Right, this part here, this part, and this part are from Airplane Plus. Right, but I moved the engine a little bit, I moved the wings slightly. Just to make it even just a little bit more efficient and easier to fly. Right, some little micro tweaking. All right, now we need to fly. All right, Val's gonna take it out today. Or, hold on. We do have the Bravo element. Which does allow us to fly higher and faster, but not as far. Technically. We still have 2 parts left. All right, so this version is not yet out because we're still playing, kind of playing with it. Oh, I think I liked it when I did it the other way. Alright, so that'll give us some more flight time, even though we gave up almost all of our science experiments. As I said, I'm not sure that these might be pretty far away. We won't really know until we take off. Alright. Val's gonna take it out. Polaris, welcome back. How are you doing today? Weight is so far forward. Yeah. I could have moved the wings back, I get. Oh no, the wings we can't go back. Never mind. Well, we have a decent amount of angle of incidence, so it'll make up for it a little bit. That's why I have to have the Science Junior as a fuselage. Alright, I don't mind clipping the fuel tanks into structural pieces because there's nothing there. Alright, need the seat booster. Alright, so we're gonna fly to this one, then that one, and then we'll hit this one, and then back. So it's gonna be a fairly long flight. Alright, Val is cleared for takeoff. Let's roll. Coming north to 066 degrees heading. And we gotta get this thing as high as we can, as fast as possible to have as much fuel as possible for the range. Right, because this is a 700 we need to go 1,500 kilometers total. Drop us down to 15 degrees climb. Man, look at those clouds. All right, passing through 50. Coming up on 5,500 meters altitude. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go to a 10-degree climb. That looks so flipping good. Oh my gosh. we get above 8,000 meters, we'll start to level out a little bit more. Societies, I'm doing well, man. Doing well. It's coming in hot. Boy, Twitch is still twitching out, huh? Red Panda. Bring on the pandemonium. What is up, Panda, my friend? All right, let's lower it to a 5-degree climb. And thank you for that shout out there for Mr. Red Panda playing some Factorio. Welcome everybody coming over from the pandemonium, the pandemoniously pandemonium of Red Panda. And if you don't know Panda, make sure you guys give him a follow, man. Awesome streamer. Very underrated. If you're just joining us, we are doing still doing early career science missions. This is the episode 4, so we're still pretty early on, and I made the dumbass choice to only go at 20% science, and
it hits you in the feels.
Right, it hits hard. 20% science, right? But we're also making money, so we're still early airplanes days, and we're attempting right now to be able to fly. And I don't know if we're going to be able to do it with this airplane. That is a long way to go. We have over 700 kilometers to fly. ETA is a little over 54 minutes. We only have an hour of flight time, and we still need to fly back. Now, some of that will adjust as we burn off fuel. That is we'll have to adjust. We may fly, I'm gonna give it 30, maybe 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, and see if we can't actually make it that far or not. Because if we can't, we're gonna turn around and come back. And of course, you guys come in right as in Twitch is launching an ad break, and I just spewed out a whole bunch of words during an ad break. Yay! Cruising nearly 500 knots. I may have to look at opening a base. I wonder if there's another base nearby. We probably should have looked at that first before we took off. I wonder if there's a base that's closer. Welcome back, everybody. Well, I set out a whole bunch of words, and I didn't realize that Twitch was on an ad break. So we're seeing how far we can fly with this airplane. I don't know if we're going to fly that far, but we do have the alternative of opening up a much closer airbase. Of course, we have to pay for it, and that's the big kicker, right? As we have 58 minutes remaining of flight time, probably slightly more than that. It'll be more, because as we burn off fuel, right, we'll become more efficient. But we have 43 minutes to our furthest, well, actually, that's not the furthest location, is it? Slight course adjustment. So we're in 2x Fizz warp, so it's not really a 41-minute flight in real time. In game time, it's 41 minutes from here. But for us, it'll be about 12. The scenery is awesome for the flight, right? Look at these cloud formations. I need to make another course correction. Along at 484 knots, almost 249 meters a second. We have a little over 52 minutes total flight time available to us, and we're now down to 35 minutes of flight time to the first marker. I think we'll be able to do it. Card, what's up, buddy? How you doing today? All right, down to 475 kilometers from target. So, what? Just out of curiosity, what's the furthest you guys have flown in an airplane in Kerbin or in KSP? Alucard, not too bad. Not too bad. Isn't Alucard, isn't that the name of the vampire in, or the half vampire? You know, Dracula's son from, whatchamacallit? Castlevania? Speaking of, the Castlevania animes on Netflix are really good. That is a really tall cloud. I didn't realize they came up that high. That cloud is at our altitude, and we're at almost 11 kilometers up. That is a huge storm cloud, dude. Look at the size of that. That is massive. Yeah, I know, right? Tornado, hurricane. That is quite the storm front. And once you can make supersonic engines, like it's pretty easy at stock scale to be able to build an airplane that can circumnavigate the planet. All right, we've gone through almost half of our fuel. And we're a little under, or about 320 kilometers out. Still have over 40 to 42 minutes of flight time available to us. As we burn off that mass, we're now down through half of our fuel. Right, and we're doing, you know, a slight climb. I could never get into that. I have it, but I couldn't. I've had it since it was Simple Rockets 2, but I haven't been able to get into it. I don't know, it's missing the charm of KSP. I don't know why they changed it, decided to go with Juno New Origins. no air bases around here. That can't be. All right, not too far out now. And it's no longer over the horizon to us. You know, and I just realized something. Because we brought the extra fuel tanks, we don't have the experiment we need.
I'm a dumbass.
I know. I had one job. All right, we gotta fly home because we can't even complete the contract that we're flying out here for. I know everything's procedural, but I don't know, it's missing some of the charm. I mean, obviously it doesn't have Kerbals, which is part of the charm. I can't believe we just flew all this way for, well, it was a scenic flight. Well, now we know there's no way we could fly out there with the experiment because we'd have to give up fuel tanks to put the experiment on board. I mean, we are running a pretty big risk as it is of not being able to make it back. Alright, 3x Fizz Warp. Marius, what's up, man? Yep, task failed successfully. Oy. Well, now we have a more concrete idea of exactly about how far we can fly. So we have an estimated 38 minutes flight to get back to the KSC. We have less than 24 minutes of fuel. So we probably wouldn't have been able to complete the mission anyway. And it already appears we're gonna see how far we can glide. So we're not gonna lose too much more mass. We're almost down to a quarter tank. 1/4 of our initial fuel load. Trying to get a little more altitude. See if we can't get us a little bit more efficient. We're 11,200 meters up. Minutes of fuel remaining. 34 minutes of flight time. We've been in the air for nearly an hour of game time. And our flight time is no longer coming down. Our ETA is no longer coming down. I don't think we're gonna make it back. I think we're gonna have to do a water ditch. I don't remember if Val has her parachute on. The little details that you gotta pay attention to, right? I don't remember if Val has her parachute on. 25 units of fuel left. 11.5 minutes of fuel remaining. 24.5 minutes of flight time remaining. I seriously doubt we can glide that far. I mean, we're going to be able to glide pretty far, but not that far. All right, 300 kilometers out. Seven and a half minutes of fuel, 20 minutes of flight time. Okay, no, because I made a huge mistake. I had to take the science experiments off that we needed for the contract in order to get the fuel tanks on to be able to make it far. And I didn't realize it until we're 2/3 of the way there. But now I'm realizing we wouldn't have enough fuel to be able to do it anyway, because we may not have enough fuel to make it back. We have about 4.5 minutes of fuel remaining, and we still have 17.5 minutes of flight time. Three minutes of fuel, 16 minutes of flight time. We're still 200 kilometers out. And that's it. We're out of fuel. 182 kilometers out. Let's see how far we can glide. Not sure what landmass I'm looking at. There's no land. I mean, the nearest landmass is this, but that looks a lot closer. Right, there's the KSC. There's us. What landmass am I looking at that we're coming up on? Engine failure! Engine failure! Yes, I am aware. Alright, there's the KSC. Dead ahead, what landmass am I looking at here? Like, I mean, we're over land right now. But this shows that we're over water. We're not over water. Oh, there is a landmass under the clouds. Okay, the clouds were obscuring it. But there is an actual landmass here. It just didn't look, because it ends with the clouds. So I thought it was just all water, but there is a landmass there. We're 150 kilometers out from the KSC. But we'll make it over this landmass. We'll be back over water. Well, we'll be able to get a surface sample. Yep, the damn Bermuda Triangle. Well, we've had a successful splashdown. That's, I mean, that's a bonus. We didn't even break the landing gear off. The plane's completely intact. And it floats. Oh, and Val did have a parachute. Good to know. All right, 125 kilometers out. All right, let's recover vessel. I'm glad we're not doing manual recovery yet. Hey, that was the best water landing I could have hoped for. I thought for sure the plane would break in half. That was an awful long flight for 2.5 science. And Val got a 1% fuel landing ribbon. It probably should be 0%. Not a record we want to repeat. All right, we're gonna go get a little bit more science with the rover because I also still want to put out an approach vector. So we're gonna take the rover out again here, our science truck. Obviously, we're gonna have to hold off before going and completing that contract. I'll have to look at the map in the tracking center and see if there's actually a base closer to that we can launch from. All right, Bob the scientist. All right, we're gonna start from the harbor rover spawn though. Right, as he can get us a surface sample. Bob does not like to drive. Bob, you cannot take your half of the road out of the middle, dude. You gotta get over to the right. Big dip there. Our big train seems. Alright, yeah, we'll go out this way. Because we want to go out to the grasslands anyway. Alright, that gives me the distance to runway center and the heading, so we know we can know where to go roughly. When I get to a heading of 90, we'll know we're lined up with the runway. Alright, we can still even see the approach lights, or actually, you know, beacons are still way out here. At the first approach beacon? I think it is. Pick yourself up, little homie. Alright. Let's make a new waypoint. Alright, KSC 90 approach. Alright, and we use the balloon icon. Wait, why didn't it save? Oh, it did. It's right there. It just didn't. It shows that it doesn't show the icon. Why didn't it show the icon? Edit.
Coming in hot! Coming in hot, baby!
Is that coming in hot? Because Twitch is like flipping lagging out, man, hard. Ziggy, what's up, buddy? How we doing, man? All right, edit custom waypoint, balloon. Okay, there we go. Save. All right, now we have it. Okay, now you got to do it twice. Where? What's up, buddy? How you been, man? Yeah, if you guys are just coming in, we are out getting some surface science. We launched a new career with just 1 or 2 mods. And we are setting up an approach waypoint for coming in with some airplanes. Makes it a little bit easier having a waypoint out here instead of just, you know, the middle of the runway. So we have a better, you know, idea of a better approach vector. Yeah, I'm coming after Kerbal after about roughly a 3-year break. As I really burnt myself out on it. I played it a little too much. Because I was streaming it and I was even playing it off stream. And burning stupid amounts of hours. Alright, so we're going to drive a little bit further out here to the grasslands. And get a surface sample for some more science. Because we're all about science. Hey, Buzz, what's up, man? Charney, how we doing? Oh, you can do more. It's a lot more than rockets. You can do boats in Kerbal. All right, let me bring that to a stop real fast. Pause this real quick, and I'll show you what I mean. You can even make seaplanes. You can make airplanes that can land, you know, obviously land in the water. Oh, I got some boats in here somewhere. I mentioned I have a stupid amount of hours playing this game. Just because it's a cool shot. Right? Jiminy Gina. Ah, yes, boats. Right, gotta go out and recover. Yeah, I'm an old school Kerbal streamer, all the way back to KSP TV. But yeah, we've done a lot of times. We end up going through and doing a full manual recovery of, you know, crew capsules, everything that comes back. Right? We actually go out and literally fish the capsules and the crew out of the water and bring them back. Hippie, what's up, man? Yes, you are old school too, man, which also translates to just old. But yeah, pretty much, I mean, you can do all kinds of stuff in Kerbal. Ah, 30? Yeah, you're not young. Astrophysics research, interested in aerospace? Nice. There's been more than one person that is gone on from playing Kerbal to working at NASA. Right, where Kerbal actually inspired them to work at NASA. And for those of you like space shuttles, I actually have my own shuttle design. Because everybody was doing a NASA clone. And so I was more interested in, okay, if we built a new space shuttle, you know, Space Shuttle 2.0, if you will, what would it actually look like? So, there you go. But that's just the orbiter, no stack on that. I think there's stacked pictures in here somewhere. Oh yeah, this is from the DART mission that NASA did. I actually got a shout out from NASA for doing the DART mission. Yep, we made the rocket reusable because it was worth bonus points. Thought I had more shots in here. Different install, perhaps. I still have stupid amounts of installs from Kerbal. Oh, this is one of my favorite shots. This is Jebediah Kerman learning that Chuck Yeager Kerman beat him to breaking the speed of sound. That was his expression exactly. I could literally go on for days showing screenshots of different stuff. But let's get back to our mission today. Oh, thank you. Very nice. Thank you. I just got handed food. All right, and we're still at shores. How come we're not in grasslands yet? Pancake, what's up, buddy? Yep, I like my screenshots. Well, they tell a story, right? There we go. Now we're in the grasslands. All right, hit the brakes. All right, Bob, EVA, get us some science, buddy. Not EVA report. Take a service sample. Thank you, man. All right, back to the KSC. And with the amount of work that Games Links and BlackRock have done with all the visuals, dude. Yeah, so the terrain, the scattered environment, all of this stuff, that's all from Games Links, or just better known as Links. And then all these awesome clouds and atmospherics. Yeah, that is in the water. That's all BlackRock. All right, who are both working on Kitten Space Agency. I almost said KSP2. Which I guess they kind of sort of did in a way. At least I know BlackRock was, but yeah. Right, but KSA, Kitten Space Agency, which is the spiritual successor to KSP1, as in it's most of the KSP1 dev team, plus many of the, best mod authors. Oh, thank you. Hippie? Yeah, it's a little science truck. I was trying to minimize parts. This is from a mod called Grounded, which is inspired by the little yellow vehicles that you see driving around in the background inside the editors. And for everybody to know, I'm actually best known for doing airplanes. Is I actually have an airplane that without reaction wheels can fly in any direction. Right, forward, sideways, backwards. Chat has a long time ago officially dubbed it just simply the plane. See? Is this GTA 8 Cyber Smile? Nope. But yeah, everybody knows the plane. Alright, I'm just driving him back so we're a little bit closer for I don't think we can drive through that ditch. We're just gonna drive back up onto the runway and then we'll call it good. I'm getting a little squirrely there. Hi, Bob. EVA and give me one more surface sample. Even though that's going to be a partial, but still a half point of science. Yeah, we made the, well, I made the decision, regretfully, to go with a 20% science. And I have French fries and a little chicken sandwich. He wasn't get paid enough, so he quit. All right, 4.1 science. That's about right. And I just got joined by my good friend
Dr. Pepper, elixir of the gods.
What is up with Twitch chat? Twitch chat keeps lagging out and disappearing on me. Okay. 15.6 science. Right, we're working on 45 to unlock. I'd rather unlock advanced rocketry. I think in general construction, we have not yet been to orbit. And general construction is primarily because I want launch clamps. It's been a while since I played with the stock tech tree, and so a lot of things I don't remember where they're at because I'm used to playing with the uncurbed start. I was trying to minimize the number of mods. As you can see, I did not actually succeed. All right, I wanted to go into the tracking station here, and I wanted to see if we have a base that we might be able to, a runway at least, we can open. That'll be closer to over here. Really? There's nothing over there? Sandy Island is the closest airbase? There is nothing out that way. Really? That's surprising, actually. So I wouldn't mind taking these contracts. Problem is that they're above 18 kilometers. And that's an issue. That one's not. That one's below. And that one's well within our flight range. These are just simply too far out. That's another high altitude. It's not possible yet. Not really. It would be cost inefficient because we would have to launch an individual rocket to each one and really guesstimate that we're going to be, bring it down in range. All All right, let's go hit mission control one more time. Now, that one we can do. We can take that one. Oh, we got a couple of part tests to do as well. We can do this one. We need a magnetometer scan in the Highlands. We need one splashdown. And then we need one in low space. Oh, I can't take any more contracts. We have too many. All right, let's do these tests real quick. Pancake, new rephrase.
For the love of God, man, rephrase that question. Nothing is as refreshing as pancakes, Dr. Pickle.
I call Imagino's photography Pancake because he's C Pancake in Discord and in Star Citizen. All right, let's pull out our test rig. All right, so we need to test the Weasley. We can slap that on there. Oh, we need an air intake. All right, pull that off real fast. All right, so now we can put this out on the runway and do an engine test. We need to open up the engine test site. Well, it's very easily to get confused when everybody has a different name on every platform. Right, they're A on Twitter, B on Blue Sky, C in Star Citizen, D in Discord, and E in Twitch. When everybody's got 5 names, it's like I don't remember that. All right, contract complete. Oh, and if anybody's wanting that needs a full list of mods, it's in Discord in the pin messages in the KSP mods channel. All right. That contract is complete. Let's do the other one. I think we need to be splashed down, right? So we'll just do it out in the harbor. Yeah, the TD25 decoupler. If you're a hippie and you know it, clap your hands. Hippie, did you clap? All right, test is complete. All right. Which doesn't have a clapping emote? Now let's look at these other contracts. Oh, EVA reports on the surface. Where is that contract located? Because the other one disappeared. All right, side alpha, side beta, side gamma. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna risk it and take it. That's the heat shield at launch site. We'll take that. All right. Let's test our heat sheet. Blah 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 blah. Our heat shield, real quick. But I'm gonna just take a look at this. Yep, we need the, oh, that's the TLC test pad. Where's that? And is the okay. Oh, that's 50 grand? Really? The horizontal test site is 50 grand to open? Oh, ow. All right, well, let's spend it. We spent the 50 grand. All right, which heat shield is it? The 1.875 meter, which we're gonna which will automatically downsize, which is fine. But we don't need that decoupler anymore. All right, out to the horizontal test pad. Hippie, yeah, but it's even easier. All I have to do is right click it and say run test. Oh, way out here. All right. All right, contract complete. All right, let's recover that. Pancake, I think I already asked you, but have you been playing any Star Citizen lately? I realize I need to just take like a disdeuce and instead of trying to grind towards something like the Wicklow Polaris or something like that. There's so many new locations that have been added to the game, even in Stanton, that I've never visited. I want to do maybe tomorrow. We might do that on stream. Is just go visit a lot of it, as many locations as Stanton as we can, and then Pyro has just as many more. And many of them I've never been to. All right, now we need look at contracts again. You actually publicly disclosing that? I'm giving you a hard time. They want to test that again at the launch site. We'll take it. All right, let's see what that survey is. Okay, yeah, they're all right near the KSC. Okay. We can drive. All right, Bill, you don't do much. Bill's gonna drive around and do this survey contract for us. This contract is gonna pay for the testing pad that we just unlocked. We also need to upgrade the launch pad. Over that way. I really like these little vehicles. So this, once again, is from a mod called Grounded. It's from the same mod author that created Airplane Plus. And it's just as I said, it's inspired by the little yellow utility vehicles that you see driving around inside in the background in the editors. All right, and they do have a little IVA cab. And there's a whole bunch of parts. There's a whole slew of little parts. So they can make a whole bunch of different truck combinations. Alright, so this one is Site Gamma. We need an EVA report. Show up on Waypoint Manager. Yes. All right, let's go to Beta. Beta needs a surface sample. We may have to come back out for the other EVA report because I can't store two different EVA reports from the same biome.
Alright, 10 4, 3 8 up. 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 10 4, 3 8 up.
Unless they're close enough together. Might be able to get it for both, because that's pretty close and we're inside alpha. Right, and inside of site gamma. So that one report might be enough actually for both. We'll see. Right, it's gonna drive a couple kilometers here. To beta, but I need a spot where I can cross this ditch. Alright, so we're running several different contract packs, which is where these contracts are coming from. Gives you more stuff to do, especially in the early game, to be able to make the money that you need for upgrades. Right, and you can get out to get a little more science. Yeah. That sucks. Whew. We got super lucky there. That terrain seam literally almost killed us. We almost got, Bill almost got decapitated by terrain seam. Hippie, it's because when the Kerbal loads in a map, the height can vary a little bit, so I could reload this scene, and that terrain seam may not be there. Right, or it could be even higher, or somewhere in between. Right, KSP's weird with the like fine terrain height is weird. Alright, we're close enough to site beta. And this needs a surface sample. And recover. Yes. Wait, that didn't... Why didn't that complete? Do I need to transmit it? Like, what's the deal? Why didn't that complete? We did the things. Yep. We take Kerbal deaths pretty hard. Alright, I need to pull something off. I'm gonna pull the magnetometer off. Alright, Jeb. We're gonna drive back out to that first location and transmit the experiment, but I'm wondering why it didn't complete. Alright, we brought the data back. Alright, Gamma's the closest. This time I'm gonna try transmitting and see if it makes a difference from site Gamma. Interesting. We just lost comms. Alright, we're at both site Alpha and Gamma. EVA report. Alright, keep it. Board. Store data. What do you mean no usable comm devices on this vehicle? What do you call that? We got plenty of electrical charge. What's the deal? Let me see something. Alright, now we have comms again. Interesting, we don't have comms right there. Alright, now let's review that stored data and transmit now. Alright, transmitting it got us nothing. And interesting, we lose comms over here, but that's another issue. Alright, so now we're back inside of both Alpha and Gamma. We need an EVA report. Is it because they're not on the ground? Alright, keep it. Aha! It is. I gotta be on the ground. Okay. Now we have check marks. Okay, you can't be on the, you can't be hanging on to the vehicle. Alright, so now we gotta drive over here again. So that's what it is. You can't be hanging off the vehicle. Oh, we have comms right here, so if I transmit this now. I didn't even need to transmit it. It just gotta be... Alright, I'm coming out kind of wide. I want to avoid that terrain seam again. So it's very particular about where you take these experiments from. That's good to know. You actually have to be, Kerbal's feet have to be on the actual ground, not just hanging off the side of the vehicle. But now we know. Dyslexic, what's up, buddy? Yeah, we're looking for lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my. All right, Jeb, get out. I do that because if we touch the wheels, this thing goes bling, 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 bling in the air. All right, take a surface sample. There we go. Now it's contract complete. All right, now we can recover. All right, and to warp the next morning. Oh, it's awful foggy. All right, now what do we got? I gotta figure out a way to remove target scanning from these contracts, because it's not a thing. Alright, those we can't do. Now, there's no actual base anywhere near there. So, and we can't fly that far. Not yet, anyway. And every time an ad starts, my entire Twitch page goes black. All right. Thinking of ways around this. There really aren't any. Yeah, we're gonna have to go ahead and I think and try and put a Corbeil into orbit. I wanted to do a probe first. But until we unlock fairings, that's not going to be really an option. Right? And fairings are up here. So not only we'd have to unlock this, that's 40%, we'd 90 science over here. to get their fairings. They're really insistent on putting Kerbals into orbit first in the vanilla game. Or with the vanilla texture here, I should say. Alright. Let's start from scratch. The other part I don't like is I don't like putting Kerbals into orbit without RCS. It bugs me always having to rely so heavily on reaction wheels. And we'll go with point 2 for the drogue shoots. Excuse me. Trying to make it look a little cleaner. Alright, so that is all that's going into space. Or that's all that's coming back, I should say. There's a lot of energy, but it's alright. We like energy. Only if it's a boat tail, it won't do the thing. It won't do the thing. Alright. That's enough energy. Retro combat solution? That's called Nuke It. How slow it is to clean up a workbench. You're gonna have to be more specific. Or maybe you shouldn't. I need something for the rocket to sit on since we don't have launch clamps yet. I'm gonna go minimalistic fins. All right. All right, so this is going to be crewed orbital rocket 1. Right, K for crew because it's Kerbals. All right, so the goal is just to get into orbit and come home. And we promised that Val would be the first. Since Jeb was the first Kerbal in space, Val will be the first Kerbal in orbit. Oh, Pega, dude, tell me about it, dude. Anytime I gotta clean up my workstation here, man. Because I have so many peripherals for streaming. All right, guidance is set. Thought I had the asset replacement for this thing. Really missing Alpha Mensei's launch pads. Guidance is go. Valentina is go. Launch vehicle is go. Commence countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. And we have liftoff. Alright, Vala Supersonic. Passing max Q. I need to add that to our readout. I need to actually fine-tune those. Alright, throttling back. Keep our acceleration under control. Valentina Kerbin, looking good, feeling good. She's still smelling good. Yeah, Maki, I couldn't help myself. Alright, Valentina Kerman is in space for the first time. Forgot I didn't even put comms on this. Wow. I really just slapped this thing together quickly. Alright, we're gonna shut down and just coast here for a minute. All right, coming up on Apoapsis. Let's go ahead and circularize here. Hey, Chief, what's up, man? Afternoon power nap? Hey, man, sometimes you gotta do it, man. You just gotta get it done. Chief, you're just in time. Valentina is finally in space for her first time, and we are about to enter our very first orbit. All right, 118 over 115. Shut down. Oh, we can't EVA because we did not upgrade the astronaut complex. Well, I guess she won't be doing her spacewalk today. Crap. I forgot it. We gotta upgrade that to be able to do a spacewalk, to be able to get EVA, because that's a lot of science we could be getting right now that we can't get. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and flip the vehicle over using ration wheels, which I hate. All right. Now, where are we? Not very far. Marathon, yes, I know, but I wanted the science. I'm flipping greedy, dude. Come on. Pancake, don't you have a workstation to clean up? MGB, what, dude? Again? All right, the alerts didn't go off, but Mr. MGB there with 10,000 bits. Thank you so much, man. Can I get some love in chat, please, for Mr. MGB and those bits? I don't know why it didn't make any noise. Twitch is being weird today. Like I'm stuck in the capsule, not any EVA. That's what we're doing. Kyo, what's going on? But MGB, seriously, man, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Man, MGB, you just made my day, buddy. All right, so we are just entered our first orbit.
Time to hype. MGB125. Give him some love. Just rub up against him until he's visibly uncomfortable, and then just keep rubbing.
Yeah, MGB, we'll have to do the Star Citizen runs again before too long. I gotta refamiliarize myself, and I don't want to do the grinding thing that I was doing last time, where I was trying to get to that Polaris. Right, because I thought it might help actually, you know, bring in more people, you know, to the org, but, ugh, that was a slog, dude. And, you know, I was just talking earlier about how many locations that I've never visited, even in Stanton, that I just want to go out and do some exploring again. Battle Penguin and a Space Turkey, yeah. I was thinking about doing some Star Citizen tomorrow for the stream and actually do some exploring. Just visiting new sites, not actually trying to, you know, make money or grind towards anything. Just go sightseeing. I used to have this nailed down, like precisely where to do re-entries, all of that. But I don't have it memorized anymore for stock scale. Alright, still getting further away from the KSC. Alright, now we're getting closer, so we just passed our halfway point. This is normal. This is where you should really be doing your re-entry burn. But I'm not sure what altitude to set our re-entry at. from with the stock scale. But to maximize energy, right, to be the most efficient or use the least amount of delta V to re-enter the atmosphere, which we have plenty of, now is the time to do the burn when you're on the opposite side. And it shouldn't even take much. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and do it. All right, I'm going to leave my periapsis at 40 kilometers. So our periapsis is roughly 40 kilometers over the KSC. We can't see it yet because we haven't upgraded the tracking station. All right, but we are on a re-entry trajectory. We no longer need the engine, so we can get rid of it. Actually, I'll wait, because 40 kilometers up, that might actually pass through and go back into orbit as debris if it gets too far away from us. So I'll wait before we ditch this. All right, a little more time warp. All right, coming up on orbital sunrise. All right. We're gonna aim this thing straight up. All right, get ourselves set up here. All right, and then all guidance systems are off. So now it's just physics. Oh, arm the chutes. Chutes are armed. All right, we have atmospheric interface. We're 600 kilometers out, almost 700 kilometers out from the KSC. So I set ourselves with a 48 kilometer apoapsis. Let's see how close we get to the KSC. I used to be able to land within 5 kilometers of the KSC at stock scale, but it's been a while. Energies. Apparently one of the devs left a big old dev post about how they're going to be handling land claims. So, and I haven't read it yet. So I'm curious how that's going to be. Dude, did you see the lightning down there and that cloud down there? There went again. Yeah, if there was a way to do like hurricane-like structures, dude, that would be awesome. I mean, the fact that we even have this, I mean, look at those, I mean, this is just ridiculous. All right, we're passing through 55 kilometers altitude, and we are 450 kilometers out from the KSC. I'm I'm really hoping that we overshoot and land in the water. That's the goal, right? We do not want to land in the mountains. I'll say that again.
We do not want to land in the mountains.
There's our upper stage, burning up down below us. Well, blowing up down below us. Our upper stage just burned up. And we have no guidance on this. This is just pure physics that is keeping us retrograde. All right, 300 kilometers out from the KSC, passing through 46 kilometers altitude. We're gonna hit the flipping mountains. And Firefly is so awesome, dude. Look at the bow shock. Oh, that's so good. All right, 200 kilometers out from the KSC, passing through 40 kilometers altitude. On your last few items in GNSQ, nice. All right, 125 kilometers out from the KSC, passing through 33 kilometers altitude. And we're gonna clear the mountains. That's good. We are gonna clear the mountains. A pretty mild re-entry. We're up to 1.5 G's deceleration. 1.8, 1.9. Here comes the G's for deceleration. Right over the mountains. Please don't stop over the mountains. We're gonna let, I hope at least grasslands. Alright, 60 kilometers out from the KSC, passing through 22 kilometers altitude. We're past the mountains. In the highlands. All right, 40 kilometers out. Hey man, you could clear the mountains. You could space and ski in the same day. And Maki, yeah, the re-entry was Firefly. Yeah, we've cleared the mountains. Caveman, I have a bad reputation for in those mountains. I hit those mountains way too often. Alright, but we're gonna come down to the grasslands. Looks like we're gonna be about 30 kilometers out from the KSC. Not too bad. I had us at 115 kilometer orbit. I normally go up to like 150 kilometer orbit. So I'm betting if I had done 150 kilometer orbit, we'd be right there. Or in the water just on the other side, which is ideally that's what we would really want. This isn't so bad though. Yeah, we're 31 kilometers away from the center of the KSC. Center of the runway anyway. Destroyer, what's up, buddy? Hey, the check scene command is purely in case I'm like showing the game, but I'm still over here in this screen and I'm talking to you, but I'm talking about the game and you can't see the game, and I forgot to look at OBS to tell me what scene I'm in. So I put in a command to get my attention to say, hey, dumbass, switch your scene. But that's what that command is for. Consistency is not a bad thing in most cases. Ah, caveman, caveman, caveman. Dude, everybody's in that kind of a mood today. But yeah, considering that mountains are like 0.01% of the surface area of Kerbin, I hit them way too often. Like, I'm a statistical anomaly for hitting mountains. Not just those mountains, but any mountains on Kerbin. I am a statistical anomaly. Oh, I've already done JNSQ. That was the first one to actually stream JNSQ. Mostly because it wasn't released yet. But yeah. And I normally play at 1/4 real scale. This is I haven't played in like 3 years. In fact, me playing Kerbin at 1/4 real scale is what motivated Team Galileo to make JNSQ 1/4 real scale by default. Hippie. Hippie, or what are you smoking, buddy? All right, and we have touchdown in the grasslands. All right, Val. Can you EVA and get us any science? Is there any science available? Yep, half a point from surface sample. All right, board. All right, and recover. Hippie, it's good. Twitch has been having some weird issues lately, man. As I said, my whole Twitch chat thing keeps going black on me. I have to keep clicking on it to get it to come back. And a lot of times it's like delayed massively. Right, and some of the alerts aren't going off either, so. Twitch has been having issues all week. All right, so we did earn 2.5 science. All right, Valentina is our first Kerbal to advance to level 1. All right, she got a Mach 3 ribbon and first Kerbin orbit ribbon. All right, so we have some world first milestones. We have entered orbit. We have returned to the surface from orbit. All right, huzzah! There's no such thing as the final frontier. All right, we got 60 grand. All right, and let's get a probe in orbit. That wasn't a probe, but all right, if you're going to give me credit, you're going to give me credit. Okay, so now we got a little bit of money. Right, if I upgrade this, we can do EVA reports from space. Right, we'll actually be able to get out. We also need to upgrade the launch pad. That's okay, that's 50 grand. Let's go ahead and spend that. Let's upgrade the runway. That's 75 grand. And let's go ahead and upgrade the astronaut complex, which is also 75 grand. So now we can do those EVAs. Tracking station. Oh, I keep forgetting about the tracking station. We still need to do it. We got to go make some more money because we need to upgrade. Work on upgrading everything to level 2. Right, R&D's at level 2. Astronaut complex is now at level 2. Launch pad's at level 2. Runway's at level 2. Mission controls at level 2. Alright, but the tracking station is... I forgot we actually do really need that upgraded. We need patch conics, which we can't get until we upgrade this. Well, you actually have to upgrade this first, and then this to level 2 before you can even see your full orbital data. All right, so now let's see what contracts are available to us. Start exploring the moon. Yeah, we're not ready for that yet. Magnetometer scan from the Highlands. Magnetometer scan splashdown. And magnetometer scan from low in space. Let's grab that contract. We can do that. Yeah, that one we're not going to do yet. Yeah, not going to do those yet either. Too far away. All right, we need to test that wheel again. Surveys. All right, let's do that one. This one should be nearby. We still have that long flight one, which I don't know how we're going to get out there yet. All right, so let's do the part testing first. Chief, not yet. We can't fly far enough yet. We tried earlier at the beginning of the stream. We cannot fly that far out yet. Those are 700 some odd kilometers out. We cannot go that far. All right, now which wheel is it precisely? All right, TR1L 25-inch ruggedized vehicular wheel. TR1L 25-inch ruggedized heavy-duty wheel. Ruggedized vehicular, that's 22. All right, ruggedized, this one. We want this one. This is the one we need. For testing, that's the one. All right, out to the horizontal test pad. Chief, yeah, but that's going to be problematic. It'll be very difficult to control. And kind of cheesy. Will it work? Yes. But is it cheesy? Yes, absolutely. All right, contract complete. Let's recover that. All right, what is next? All right, magnetometer scan, splash down, that's easy. Let's pull that off, add a magnetometer to this. And I'm going to go ahead and add this because since we're going to throw this in the water anyway. All right, we'll get a little bit of science and we'll do part of that contract. The other one, we will actually have to fly a plane and land it in the Highlands. And then for the third part of the contract, we'll have to wait until the next time we send a Kerbal up to orbit. All right, and we got 1.3 science from that. Yep, recover a transmit. All right, recover a vessel. Pancake, your bench is clean. Nice. Now take a picture so you remember what it looks like. Because it won't be clean tomorrow. All right, we brought back 1.3 science, and that partially completes that contract. Wait, why didn't it give us credit for that? It did not give us credit for the magnetometer scan. Why? Why did that not work? Alright, I'm gonna launch with it deployed already. Let's try that one more time. Put it in the water. Alright, situation. Kerbin, splash down. Check and check. Alright, magnetometer scan from Kerbin's oceans. Check. Alright, recover or transmit. Transmit it just to make sure. There we go. Now we got credit. All right, now we got credit. It collected the science before the magnetometer was at full extension, so it didn't give it to us. Alright, Highlands we can do. Low in space, we'll have to wait until the next launch. Alright, and we have this other one that we'd probably drive around to get. They should be close by. Should be able to take the science truck around. Where is Bob the scientist? Also, the easiest way to get EVA science from all the different biomes in space, like in low space, is to go into a polar orbit. Yeah, eventually, sooner or later, you're going to pass over every single biome. Alright, so we need a temperature scan. Which one's closest from Beta? Let's go to Beta. Beta is the closest. It's right over there. I'm getting a little out of control there. So we got to get within 500 meters. Or 1,500 meters out. And again, the goal here is we're trying to make money and get science at the same time, but primarily money at the moment to upgrade everything up to level 2. All right, 650 meters. And we are within 500 meters. All right, so we need to do a temperature scan. All right, we got site Alpha now for a temperature scan. Off that way, 2,200 meters. Don't hit the tree, George. About 75 kilometers an hour. Oh boy, look at Bob. Man, clinch. Oh shit. Yep, clinch. No wonder he had clinch face. I was looking at Bob, I'm like, man, you really got clinch face. Yeah, we got lucky there. That ditch came out of nowhere. Who put that ditch there? Dyslexia, I did. The perfect emote for that. Yeah, I thought I was like, man, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna suck. I was like, I hope Bob survives. But the timing on that, man, was perfect. Like, why does Bob have clinch face? Okay. All right, we got waypoint 2, our Alpha. Now we're off to the final one here, sector PSC B5 Zulu. Yeah, Bob was like full clinch factor 5. I was like, man, Bob is really clinching. That's because there was a ditch coming up and he was still doing 80 kilometers an hour. All right, final location. Hold on. Is there anything to be had out here science-wise for a surface sample? Nope. What about Navy Airport? Nope. Alright, I'm not going to drive it all the way back. We'll recover it from here. Is there a ribbon for the first Kerbal to do a front flip? He may get a collision ribbon. Nope, no new ribbons. There is a collision ribbon. All right, contract's complete for that. We got 300 grand. Let's go ahead and upgrade the tracking station to level 2. All right, so now we got to work on getting the vehicle assembly building and the spaceplane hangar upgraded. The spaceplane hangar upgraded will allow us to be able to make more parts for planes to be able to do some of those other contracts. I don't sure how close we are to part limit on rockets. All right, let's go ahead and warp to the morning. Let's see what contracts we have here. Field research. It's gonna be the same thing. All right, exploration. Start exploring the moon. We're not ready for that yet. Part testing. That's the KSX-1 steerable landing gear in flight. We can do that. Rescue Josby from the orbit of Kerbin. Oh, I forgot about these. Do we want to do... rescue missions for free Kerbals and get paid? And actually, no. I don't have any way to be able to do a rescue it yet. Not really. Not without being super cheesy. Of course, we haven't gotten any scan set ones yet. Oh, we need to unlock this. Oh, because we haven't unlocked the antenna. I didn't pay for the antenna. Probably a good thing, because I don't want to do those just yet, because we only have the Probodobodine. Or the, well, correction, the Stay Putnik. Where do we even get the next probe core? Down here. We need 90 science for that. It'll be a while. And I'm kind of thinking general construction first. before advanced rocketry. All right, we can go do this one and land in the Highlands to get that other magnetometer scan. So let's do that. We can do that other nearby survey mission. All right, so we're gonna lose the mystery go and pick up the magnetometer. All right, Jeb's gonna fly. Hippie, no. No, we're a long way from unlocking a docking port. Chief, Twitch is giving you a hard time, dude. It's been giving me a hard time for a while. Over this last week. Oh, we finally get to take off from a paved runway. Don't know what that actually does yet. Alright, so our location is up here, and it's right over the Highlands, so we can do both. We can get this pressure scan, and then land and get the magnetometer, and then fly back. Alright, Jeb, you are cleared for takeoff. Good luck, buddy. I made some small changes to this airplane, and I did upload this craft file to Discord. So if you are a Twitch subscriber, you can feel free to download this. My game data folder is also there. So there are additional benefits for subscribing, so...
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Alright, coming left. My entire game data folder is available for download, minus Blackrock's clouds. Those you'll have to get from his Patreon page. Right, but you don't have to stay subscribed to it all on his page. You just got to do it once. That's further over than I thought, but we can still make it. And the first 3 episodes of this playthrough are up on YouTube. Hey, Beetle Rock, what's going on? Alright, so if you need access to that, there you go. If you missed anything or you want to know how I did something from the very beginning, the first 3 episodes are up on YouTube. Beetle Rock playing some Tarkov. You're not on the Arc Raiders bandwagon then? Pancake, it's Tarkov, basically, but just a different spin on the... It's the same kind of game as Tarkov, right? It's a PvPvE extraction shooter. Right? It's like, get in, loot the shit, kill everybody, and get out before you get dead. Think of it like it's the same as the contested zones in Star Citizen. Direction of flight relative to the cloud movement makes it look like we're flying sideways. Kind of hard to be really specific when you're flying in Fizz Warp. All right, we're a little over 8 kilometers up. We're traveling at almost 290 knots, and we're still slightly accelerating. We're 110 kilometers out. Alright, so what we're doing this mission is we're going to get the survey data, and then we need to land in the Highlands on the way back. And get some magnetometer data. Traveling 300 knots, 75 kilometers out, coming up on 8,500 meters altitude. Jeb's got his instrument flight rating. It's flashing at me. I didn't really get a temperature over the mountains. Didn't realize we had not had that. That'll give us a little bit more science. We're almost to 45 science. We're not too far from it. Give me 1 second. I need to go turn on my air conditioner. I'll be right back. Starting to warm up in here. And we are just about to enter our zone. Alright, let's log that pressure data. Alright, so that contract is complete and we're directly over the highlands, so we just gotta land it down here. Let's go to radar altimeter. And it sounds like Delta's ready to eat somebody alive out there. All right, give me 1 second. The dog is killing somebody. I'll be right back. This thing was killing somebody. Boy, you can't even see her, man. Ugh, hold on. I get it. Look at this thing. Now I hear a bunch of sirens pulling up out there. Is that what she's barking at? Where you going? Where you going? Okay, here. Not the casual lapdog, that's for sure. Here, I will give you this. Okay. All right, that's Delta V. No, she's 70 pounds, man. She is 70 pounds a dog. She's very dense. Alright, so now we gotta figure out a spot that we can kind of safely land. Out here in the Highlands somewhere. It's one of those bell bob trees or whatever the hell they're called. Let's find a landing location. None of this area looks very inviting, does it? To land an aircraft in? And I was thinking this doesn't look very good, but this is, look at this over here, is looking like the best spot possible. Not only do we have to be able to land, we also have to be able to take off again. MGB, no, I am not. I minimized everything as much as feasible. We bounced and stalled and crashed. And Jeb can't get out because it's sitting on the cockpit. Can't roll it over. We have no reaction wheels. Well, that did not go as planned. We bounced and that was all she wrote. We bounced and it immediately stalled. I can't even get any science out of this. I can't get out and get a surface sample because the hatch is obstructed because we're laying on the side. And I can't even, there is no reaction wheels. There's nothing to turn on. So it is this part is complete loss.
Shit on my biscuits.
But at least Jeb is still alive. Oh, I completely forgot about the rear door. Too late now. Still wouldn't have been able to complete that contract because we needed that magnetometer. And we got that complete, and as I said, that's a pretty rough area. There is something else I could try, but we wouldn't be able to fly. We don't need to go that far to the Highlands. The Highlands are literally right there. But I don't even know if this could fly that far. What I'm thinking of. We can technically make a VTOL. We can actually do it. Oh, I wouldn't have any control. We don't have any reaction wheels yet. I have to have reaction wheels for it. Which is here. Flight control. Which is not really what I want to unlock right yet. Or we could drive to the Highlands. I don't know if we could drive to the Highlands, actually. We could try. You want to try and drive to the Highlands? Actually, you know what? Let's wait until we see another survey contract and see if we just can't fly out there. But I can actually make a VTOL. Just we would have no control over it. We need air-breathing RCS. Somebody needs to make an actual... QuizTech Aero is the only one I know... The only mod that I know of, and it's only one part that has air-breathing RCS. Right. I think MGB said part of it is in his, but you need to use a specific part. It's part of another part. Or somebody needs just to make a config so that you can take the RCS and convert it from the monoprop to liquid fuel or to air. So it'd be based on atmospheric pressure. That's the way VTOLs work in real life. Like the Harrier, technically they're STOVLs, right? Like the Harrier or the F-35B, they use bleed air from the pressurized bleed air from the engine. That's how they do their low speed controls and precision. I've never looked at the QuizTech for that part. And it's only one part that it has, and it's kind of oversized. Oh, yeah, we also forgot to test the steerable landing gear in flight over Kerbin. Shit, we could have done that on that flight too. I forgot we had a part test that we have to do in flight. Yeah, it's that landing gear. But man, that is low. That is real low. Alright, where's Val? Maki, I don't, yeah, you can make it like, yeah, the ISP could be, so that way it only really works in like low altitude environments. Alright, so we need to do a landing gear test. And while we're at it, you know what? Let's... Oh, I got... hold on. Let's add the magnetometer back on. Why not try and land it in the Highlands again? Just the ones closer to the KSC. Oops, I did not want to save that. Oh well. The reason being is that we don't actually have this landing gear. It's just for a test. We won't unlock this landing gear for a couple more nodes down the line. Why did I go with 20% science then? Because, man, I'm feeling like a dumbass. Alright, so we're going to test this landing gear in flight, and then we're going to come over here and see if we can't land in the Highlands right over here. And get that magnetometer data. We're going to try landing again. And then coming back to the KSC. And Val, you are cleared for flight. The nose gear doesn't sit as low as I thought it did. Ran that test. That is mission complete. We're going to come around over here and see if we can't land in the Highlands again. We've landed over here once before. This is a better Highlands area biome to be able to land in than the other one was. Maki, it's already installed. Where do you think some of these wing parts came from? That's where that nose gear is from. This part is from Airplane Plus. This is from Airplane Plus. This is from Airplane Plus. It's just Airplane Plus doesn't sit well with the stock tech tree. Right, we have a bunch of other parts to unlock for Airplane Plus that we already have. Like, we already unlocked the node. It's a lot of money. But yes, I very much thought about making a prop plane tail dragger for some of this stuff. It's a lot of money to unlock some of those parts. That's actually quite a bit of drag that nose wheel makes. Flaps out, gear down. We're over Highlands. I think we're over a pretty good landing area too. Just gotta lose some of this altitude. I think we can make this area here work. And hopefully we don't bounce and immediately stall. Log that temperature from flying over the Highlands. Alright, let's turn in. This doesn't look as inviting now. Alright, hit the brakes. Don't bounce. Thank you. We did not bounce. Woo, doggy. No bouncy bounce. Alright, let's put that out. Log it. Yep. Alright, we have it. We just need to either recover or transmit. We can't transmit. We don't have an antenna. Wait, can I transmit? Why can we transmit? We have signal. Why do we have signal? Yeah, it's not transmit. Okay. Yeah. It is not transmitting, as it shouldn't. Take a surface sample from the Highlands. Well, then is that the best way to go for takeoff? Probably not. I can probably, you know, there's a kind of a, looks like there's a ridge here. I think the best way to direction to go for takeoff. Guessing right along that way. And we're up. And taking off is more nerve-wracking than landing. Hippie, well, that was just to bring back science, and I didn't need it for the contract. The only we needed for the contract was the magnetometer data, which we're bringing back with us. But the surface data, the surface sample data, that one we can, is just for our own science, and that one we can just take off the ladder. Back a sneeze. Flaps coming down. Running our turn in. start flying bigger, faster airplanes, we're gonna need another further out approach vector. Oh, gear. I forgot. We have a temporary nose gear that we gotta put down. Alright, Pappy always says we're slightly high. That would make so much more sense about my life. When I say Pappy, I'm referring to these 4 lights over here. And they actually do work. It is hard to see from further out. Right, so it should be 2 white, 2 red if you're on level. 3 white means you're too high, 3 red means you're too low, and 4 red means you're dead. And no bouncy bouncy. All right, Valentina made it back safe and sound. All right, recover vessel. I've read, doesn't matter anymore. I've read is the gates to hell. All right, we brought back 33.2 science. All right, and Valentina got a multiple contracts ribbon because she's completed more than 10 contracts now. All right, that's a partial completion. We're at 33.5 science. We need 45 to unlock the next node that we're looking to unlock. Haven't decided which one it'll be exactly yet. Either basic construction or advanced rocketry, but we'll figure it out once we get there. Once we have enough points. Alright, so let's take a look and see what other contracts that we currently have. Orbit a probe and return it safely home. I thought that we would be able to do that by now. We really need a fairing over that damn Stay Putnik. For magnetometer scans on Kerbin. This one we just need to do a magnetometer scan from low space. So if we do another rocket launch here soon, we just got to put a magnetometer on the vehicle, but I'm going to have to add a service module and we'll have to look at how a re-entry is going to be handled, because it'll change the physics. And then of course we have that temperature, or the temperatures. Problem is we can't carry enough fuel to get that far. This would be nice to be able to do these, but I don't know, whatever this target scanning is. Well, we know what it is now. The target scanning is, I have a mod installed that adds cams to the docking ports. And it sees that as an experiment for whatever reason, but it's not an experiment. So there's no way for me to complete these. Other than to cheat it and steal money, basically. Right, surface sample from the runway, that we could take that and do that, but the other ones... service sample we could do, but these target scannings cannot be done. Yep, this can't be done yet either, really. This can't be done. We can't, there's no way we can make it to the ice shelf. That's a long flight. Those are all high altitude. All right, let's warp to the next morning and see if we got any new contracts. Foggy again. Yep, still the high altitude ones. No testing. Field research. Again, it's surface samples. This like it, but target scanning. I need a config that removes target scanning as an experiment. I could get some early ScanSat ones, but we have no way of being able to launch a probe with it. We'd have to use the Stay Putnik, and we have no fairing, so it's going to be very much a pain in the ass. That one has 2 more days. That one has 4 hours. 2 days. 4 hours. Let's warp 1 more day, and at least 2 of those contracts will have swapped out to something else. Readings on the surface. Let's grab that. Part testing. Test a 2.5 meter heat shield landed at Kerbin. We can do that. Let's take it. Same one. This won't reset for another 40 days. We need somewhere that doesn't have target scanning, but it keeps repeating target scanning over and over and over and over again. But it's not an experiment. All right, so let's go drive around and do this contract, trying to get some money to upgrade the either the hangar, which allows us to do the other survey contract. We'd actually add fuel tanks that we would need to be able to fly to that other survey contract. Why do I still have this unlocked? Because it's attached to the plane? I'll keep it if it's gonna let me keep it. I saved this model or saved the changes by accident. Don't need that for right now. But if it's gonna let me keep it, I'll keep it. You know, this is actually backwards. If I turn the light on, the light's gonna be facing backwards. Oh, it doesn't show it, but it is actually facing backwards. It just makes more sense on where it's mounted to do it that way. All right, what are we doing? Oh, I needed the vehicle. We need our science truck. Bob, guess what, buddy? You get to drive around again. I gotta decide whether to I think we'd be better off upgrading the spaceplane hangar before the VAB. $765 meters. Oh, we don't need to drive very far for that one. I know if I take the brakes off. Oh, and we have a storm incoming. Off that way. Marilyn, it's a possibility. How are you doing today? Even though I'm actually not running snacks or any life support with this save. Oh, I picked the wrong one. I thought 765 meters. No, it's 765 kilometers. We picked the wrong waypoint. Oops. 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 Wait, what is that? Is that the magnetometer? Yes, it is, and we don't have one. I took the magnetometer off of this thing. Well, shit. We need a magnetometer. Yeah, somebody forgot their everything again. Hey, I'm rusty, man. Give me a break. We gotta lose the antenna because we're at 30 parts. All right, Bob. Yeah, I was wondering why that was so close. Because it wasn't. And I'm certainly not going to drive 700. Actually, we'd have to drive a lot further than that because we wouldn't be able to go as the crow flies, so to speak. We would have to go over land, and that would be a really long drive. And we would have, once we ran out of fuel, we would not be able to recharge anymore. That's the one we're looking for right there. And it's off over there. All right, let's go. Boy, Bob is all happy and dancing until he puts his foot on the accelerator. Right, and then he goes to full-on clinch face. Well, yeah, it's... the distance is close when you're looking at it from that scale. Well, and then again, anything is close. Not anything, but you know what I mean. Most things are close at that scale. Two storms nearby. Once we're able to actually start doing refueling and stuff, we might actually keep airplanes parked out here. Maybe. Slow down, I think it's a good spot to drive off. Never use fizz warp driving, just FYI. Never ever use fizz warp driving on the ground. It's a
bad idea.
Marilith, that is a good question. We know they have radios, right? I mean, there's, you know, the tracking station and stuff like that. these are from mods. The graphics are from mods. As far as vanilla graphics go, they're maxed out. But if you're wondering why you don't have this stuff in your game, this is from mods. Right, so the ground is from Games Links, or just Links, from his Parallax Continued. And then the clouds in the sky and all that in the water is from BlackRock's Volumetric Clouds mod, which you can only get via his Patreon. I can give you the links to him if you want them, but yeah, these graphics are not part of the vanilla game. Right, and I'm also running ToughX, which adds a different, additional filters and stuff. Right, and I can also go bright, dark, black and white, extra bloom, vintage color, neutral, black racks. Oh yeah, don't set your reflections at 2048, dude. Leave those low. Leave those on low. It has something to do with the Unity engine. But yeah, keep those on low. I'm not even sure I can see those settings, Amir. Game settings. Yeah, the reflection refresh, keep it low. The reflection texture resolution, keep it at like 256. Do not go above it. Hinkloff, yeah, we're driving towards a mission and science, ish. Alright, so I got the magnetometer reading from waypoint 1. We're off to waypoint 2. And Von Braun, when it comes to Kerbal, the idea of FPS doesn't work with the Unity game engine, just FYI. Because they do something called delta time. So the game's physics engine is tied to the refresh rate, the graphics refresh rate, or your FPS. So you can't interpret it the way you would with normal games. And it's not just Kerbal, that's any game that's on Unity has the same issue. Right, when it comes to KSP, what's more important is looking at this physics clock. Right, the clock over here, if it's green, you're in real time. Right, if it starts to flash yellow, you're starting to go into time dilation. If you're in yellow, you're in time dilation. Right, meaning you're no longer in real time. Right, and then if it's red, it means you're likely you're at the physics limit of the game. Right, you'll see that a lot if you have the very high part count, and or you're using high phys warp. Right, but what you would normally associate with like FPS can't be applied to games in Unity. Yeah, because I mean, even if you were to get 120 FPS like right now in like a scene like this, if you make a high enough part count vessel, yeah, that shit's gone. Right, so you kind of have to dismiss the idea of playing by FPS when it comes to Kerbal, or again, any game in Unity. Cities built on Unity? I've run into the same issues playing Subnautica, which is based on Unity. The BattleTech PC game, which is based on Unity. Oh wait, we got one more to go to, don't we? Did we hit them all? We did, okay. Let's just recover then. Von Braun, yeah, that's Unity, dude. Unity, all right, so any game in Unity, doesn't matter what it is or what version of Unity so far, you need to restart the game. You're going to want to restart the game roughly every 4 to 6 hours. Right, it's not a memory leak exactly. It's how the Unity engine handles garbage collection. Right, and it starts using up more and more RAM, and the more there is, it starts growing exponentially. So typically speaking, every 4 to 6 hours, you want to restart the game. Right, to dump the garbage collection. There's a utility mod, I can't remember what it is, at the moment for Kerbal that you can install, where you can, it gives you control over that a little bit better. But the only way to dump it though is to restart the game. And that has to do, that's any game on Unity, man. In fact, we're hitting the 4-hour mark right about now, and what'll end up we're starting to get into a window where the game could even crash, and it's because of Unity's garbage collection. Hippie, it's not just about the more RAM, because Unity will only use so much RAM too. That's the other issue, right? Having more RAM will extend the situation, you know, a little bit, but it doesn't make up for it. And as I said, the garbage collection becomes exponential, so it just goes faster, and it'll, you know, going from 32 gigs to 64 gigs of RAM won't buy you as much time as going from 16 to 32, as an example. Alpha, yeah, I think that's what it was called. I don't use, I used it before. You know, especially if you're on a lower spec machine, you really need to use it. But right, I'm gonna leave you guys here for a second because I gotta go. This guy's gotta go punch the bladder reset button. Right, I've been sitting here for 4 hours without doing that. So I'm gonna leave the rainstorm up, and I'll be right back. back. Thank you for your patience. Man, look at that rainstorm. Von Braun, well, there's... As far as necessary, what do you... I guess, what are you looking for? And I can point you in the right direction. If you want to see my current mod list, it's in Discord. If you need access to Discord, just type in ! Discord. And then go to the KSP mods channel, and then go to the pinned messages, and this mod list is listed in there. If you see something specific, I can point you in the right direction. Alright, that's contracts are complete. Alright, that's 340 grand. And that's enough to upgrade. Let's upgrade the spaceplane hangar. Alright, so now we no longer have that 30 part count limit, so now we can actually make a longer range plane. Alright, so when it comes to quality of life though, Von Braun, it depends on what exactly you're looking for. Right, because there's a massive gambit. Yep. Because I accidentally replaced... That's gotta go. Alright, so now that we're not constrained by part count anymore, let's take a look here. Alright, I'm gonna unlock the business cockpit because this sits 2 Kerbals. Alright, I'm gonna put an inline goo in. A thermometer. Barometer. Or batteries in the nose. gonna go to truss caps on this. I'm also gonna add in an experimental storage unit. Wow, that is massive. Holy crap. All right. Can I fit that inside? Yes, because that's the same thing. Just different format. Because that's going to allow us to collect experiments. All right, now we need to add the magnetometer. Not sure where to add the magnetometer. I'm just going to put it up top, though, just so we don't forget about it. But that is not where it's going to go. Let's close those. Now, some things that this tweak scale rescale is scaling up too big automatically when I don't need it. Like this is the default size of this. And other things, it scales down too much. Okay, so I think that is going to be our primary fuselage. And I'm not sure about this tank because this tank is pretty heavy. Remember, we don't have retractable landing gear yet. Let's do this. We don't have the angle one yet. It's further up the tech tree. This will actually go somewhere in here. And remember, we can't go hog wild yet. Even though we have the part count, we don't have the landing gear. Right? The only landing gear we have available to us are these. Well, or these, which are even worse. We're still gonna have to be mindful of our mass. go with that. Hinkloff, part of what we're doing, yes. I made the dumbass decision of starting with 20% science. So we're having to do a lot of extra missions near Kerbin in order to be able to get any science at all, and the money to be able to upgrade anything, any of the facilities. Hinkloff, yes, it is. What I can tell you about, without going into a 6-hour tutorial on building airplanes, the quick tips that I can tell you is start small. All right, let me name this real quick. All right, I'm gonna name, this is actually gonna be a science plane 2. We're gonna call this 2 Alpha, since we already have a plane number 1. Let me save it so we can come back to it. All right, so this is the first airplane that we made. Now, there are some parts on this from Airplane Plus. The wingtips, for example, the horizontal stabilizers, vertical stabilizer. Those are all from Airplane Plus, but you can just substitute them with the wing connector E. All right, but in the early game, if you're making an airplane and you're stuck with these fixed landing gear, you need to keep the mass low as possible. So if you are using this fuel tank, you're making a huge mistake. If you're using the Mark 1 liquid fuel tank, you're never going to need that much fuel, and it's way too much mass. You need to keep your total mass down as low as possible with these landing gear. Right, I would say at maximum is 5 tons. Right, 5-ton craft weight would be max. Lower is better. Especially if you need to land, if you're planning on landing this somewhere out in the wilderness somewhere to collect science or do a contract, whatever it is. Less is more. Hinkloff, most of the airplane tutorials are
hot garbage.
A lot of them are hot garbage. Right, because they're still, they slap wing pieces on it until it flies. You know, they're not fully understanding all the physics that are involved. Right, if you notice, my wings are not level. Right, they have what's called a dihedral angle. They're angled upwards. And if you look at it from the side, the leading edge of the wingtip is actually higher than the trailing edge of the wingtip. Right, that's called angle of incidence. Right, both of which add to stability of the aircraft and create additional lift, as it's basically a 5-degree preload on angle of attack by having 5 degrees angle of incidence. But if you're making a high-speed fighter, this is probably not the way to go. I need to actually make some airplane tutorials for YouTube. I've been saying it for years. I literally have done 8-hour streams on teaching how to do airplanes in Kerbal. Yep, I gotta swap over to the plane real fast. I gotta go to my sandbox save in order to be able to explain this real quick. So I've made 1 or 2 planes in Kerbal. 1 or 2. Maybe 2.5. Alright, so before I fly this, if you haven't seen this before, the chat calls this, literally just calls it the plane. So that's what it's called, the plane. There aren't, there are no reaction wheels on the airplane cockpits. There's no reaction wheels in this. This is actually a stock airplane, but it has some modded stuff done, as in, like, for example, having the reaction wheel removed from all airplane cockpits. Reaction wheels don't belong in airplanes. They make them feel weird when they're controlling. Right, because it's an internal force controlling the aircraft instead of an external force. So the plane doesn't feel right. Right, so no reaction wheels anywhere on the airplane. It's just control surfaces and thrust vectoring. And you can see I actually have leading edge control surfaces as well. That's what I used to do, but I was doing it so often that Onka and Jada Mar wrote me a mod to just remove them completely. But yes, I designed this plane to be able to fly in any direction. And it violates what most people think they know about airplanes in Kerbal. In level flight, the center of lift is before the center of mass on this, which is why it's flipping around like this. I can flip it around. However, at higher angles of attack, it goes to neutral, right? The center of mass and center of lift line up. That's why it can fly backwards or sideways. Then it's just a high thrust to weight ratio and vector thrust. Yeah, and Maryland, I remember somebody telling me it wouldn't fly with Ferrum Aerospace installed, so I installed Ferrum Aerospace. It's easier to fly. It is, yeah, your takeoff speeds and landing speeds are higher, but it is much easier to control, actually. I can be much more precise with it. Right, but start small. Don't try, like a lot of people, what I see with the mistake they make with making airplanes when they start Kerbal Space Program is they try to make one of these. right? They try to make a single stage to orbit spaceplane as their first vehicle, and that's like going from you know, running around the yard with a toy airplane in your hand and going, okay, now I'm ready to go jump in the cockpit of a real airplane and fly it. Yeah.
You're dead.
Right. There's a lot of physics concepts that you need to understand first, right, before jumping into this. Or they even make a worse mistake and go to a shuttle. Right, they go to like a shuttle orbiter, which has even more physics stuff going on with it. Right, because you have a shifting center of mass, you know, with right, you'll have a shifting center of mass, and you have asymmetric engine torque to begin with, right, and then as you're drained fuel, you have a moving center of mass. Right, so an operational shuttle that actually works in KSP is arguably one of the most difficult things in the game to engineer, even for somebody with 1,000 hours in it. Right, so if you're new to Kerbal, don't make a space shuttle. It's start with small, right, and learn the basics, the physics of it all. Hinkloff, well, you can move the center of mass around doing that, but why? It's much better to leave the center of mass static, right, and move the center of lift around. Which is what that plane does, the one that was just flying around backwards. It's the same thing that SSTO I just showed you. It does the same thing. Right, it moves the center of lift around with control surfaces. Right, and the center of mass stays as static as possible. Now with a shuttle, that's a different story. You really don't have, if you're going to use like a quote-unquote traditional shuttle setup, right, where it's asymmetric, you don't have a choice on that front. You're not going to be able to keep the center of mass from moving. Right, because in a traditional shuttle setup, all of your fuel is in that external tank, but it's being used by the orbiter, which is on the other side. Right, so you have no choice. There is no move. Even if you were to pump the fuel around, what are you going to do with it? Unless you're pumping it into the shuttle, but if you don't have any fuel tanks on the shuttle, your center of mass is still going to stay there. Right, or still move, because it's tied to the external tank. Oh, that's right. We were making a new airplane. Naps more. But yeah, first airplane, just keep it very, very basic. I'd point you to mine, except apparently Kerbal X is down. Or non-functioning anymore. I don't even know if it's coming back. Right, but as we build this plane, I can kind of walk you through some of the basics without going too into detail. Because it'll literally, like, if I teach airplanes and aerodynamics, I need a full stream to do it. Right, and the reason airplanes are harder to do than rockets spend very little time in the atmosphere for the most part, and they're only going in one direction. Right, you give it a couple of inputs when you launch it, and pretty much after that you just let it gravity turn over, and you're leaving the atmosphere behind. Right, where an airplane spends all of its time mostly in the thickest part of the atmosphere, and it doesn't fly in one single direction. Right, you're turning with it like quite often, so you're much more. It's much more subjective to the physics of the game and to aerodynamics. Well, I guess it's physics in the game, but there's a lot of real aerodynamic physics that still apply to the game. There's a couple that are kind of fuzzy, and some that are, where'd you come up with that idea? But you know, there's compromises to everything, I guess. going to shift these backwards. Right, as we want the center mass to not move much, so we have a couple of fuel tanks back here, so we really want these. Ideally, the ideal situation would be put these here, right? But that's going to be too far back to be practical. Right, and when you're building your airplane, the main wing goes on the center mass. I'm going to attach those there, but I'm going to move them. All right, we'll fine-tune this here in a minute. But your main wing goes on the center of mass. All right, and then once you add your horizontal stabilizer, it'll be pull your center mass or your center lift just behind the center of mass. And I'm not going to use those. All right, flaps, ailerons. It's just to complete the wing so there's not a big hole in it like the other airplane had. Alright, I'm going to get that 5 degrees dihedral. The whole wing's going to get another 5 degrees, so that'll actually come up to 10 degrees. Before I play with that, I'm going to do the tail wing first. We're going to borrow the design from the other one. And I'll give it a 5 degree dihedral. Sure. Alright, so those have been paying attention in my aerodynamics classes before. Why dihedral wings? This is actually too far back from the center mass. We'll mess with that here momentarily. And the reason I attached these to this part and then gizmoed them back and not this is because this is angled. Alright, let's get this set up. Alright, so this is our rudder. This is yaw only. These are elevators. These are pitch only. Alright, flaps. You have no pitch, yaw, or roll. Only deploy. And these are going to have nothing. And these are ailerons, so they are going to be roll only. Alright, so now here's my full dihedral. Go back to absolute, and now we're going to go 5 degrees angle of incidence. There we go, and notice what happened to the center lift. Alright, I'll move that forward one more notch. Alright. Comms. And now landing gear, which is going to be a pain in the ass. The main gear are going to be kind of a pain in the butt. Alright, if you notice the nose wheel I'm attaching to this part, because this part is slanted. Nose wheel, or landing gear in general in KSP don't like to be slanted. Alright, so better for me to gizmo it. The other issue we're going to have here is the main gear. The main gear need to be behind the center mass. But not that far behind. They need to be almost on it. Right? They should be supporting like 90% of the weight of the aircraft. Right? At least 80% of the aircraft's weight should be on the main gear. Right, and on these, always go to full spring strength. Always go to spring strength of 3. Alright, the other thing is, if you notice, these are slightly below the nose wheel. That's going to have a sit nose down. You do not want to sit nose down on the runway. Right, because then your wings will start producing downforce instead of lift. I'll raise those up 1 and in 1. Figure out where the hell we're actually going to put this magnetometer. Let's put it back there. Hang on. Well, it doesn't matter, because if you hit deploy, all it's going to happen, right? But I'm not going to bind this to an action group. Everything else I'm going to bind to an action group. Like, if you want to use flaps, they have to be bound to an action group. Right, so I'm going to bind, custom 1 is going to be toggle engine. Custom 2 is going to be flaps. Toggle deploy. Right, 10 is going to be, toggle the instruments. Right, but if you want flaps, they have to be done by action group. Or you have to right click it in flight and hit deploy, either way. But these are just going to be wing pieces. I'm not going to deploy them. You could if you wanted to. Problem is that you remember what flaps do, right? Flaps trade drag for increased lift. You're getting increased lift out of it, but you're also increasing drag dramatically, right? So if you introduce too much, like both of these on this plane at this mass, because we're less than 5,000 kilos, right? Less than 5 tons. That's too much drag. Yeah, we'll probably be able to fly at like 30 meters a second, stay in the air at like 30 meters a second. but you're going to have almost no control, right? Because you don't have enough airflow for the control surfaces to bite into the air. Yes, it'll make it want to roll level, right? By having the center of lift above the center of mass or dihedral angle, which helps with that, right? It's like dropping a ball into a bowl or a ball in a valley, right? The ball will want to center into the bottom. That ball is the center of mass, right? The aircraft will naturally want to roll wings level. Right, if you look at airliners, all of them have a hefty amount of dihedral angle. Mirrorless, yes, exactly. On the landing gear, yes. Yeah, so these are just there to complete the wing, right? So it's a full wing, and they do provide some lift, but I just won't use them as flaps again. All right, let's save this. All right, Jeb is going to be the pilot, and Bill is going to be the flight engineer. Let's take it out for a taxi test and maybe a flight test. All right, before I go flying, I always like to double check everything, make sure I didn't forget anything. And remember, if you hold down the shift key as well, a little side tip, if you hold down the shift key and then gizmo, you can gizmo much further. All right, pitch, roll, yaw. And if you notice, the airplane's not moving around because there's no reaction wheels on the cockpit. Right, if you want your airplanes to feel like airplanes, like if you're used to playing flight sims, lose the reaction wheels or take their torque down to 0. If you take the torque down to 0, it's the same as turning them off. I also can't recommend these two mods enough. We're slightly nose down too. We may have to adjust this. All right, number 1 is this out here. This is from Kerbal Flight Indicators. The mod is called Kerbal Flight Indicators. It gives you a datum line, right, which tells you where your nose is pointed. It gives you an artificial horizon, which is this gray line here. And once we start moving, you'll see a prograde vector or velocity vector, right, which shows you where your plane is actually flying. Right, where your nose is pointed and where your plane is actually flying are not always the same thing. Right, and the second one is atmospheric autopilot. Now you can use it for actual autopilot. You can program it in to fly the way you want. I like it because it allows you to actually do coordinated turn. Right, if you're using SAS, you cannot do coordinated turns, which is how airplanes turn in real life. Right, it's how they balance ailerons and rudder, right, to actually turn the airplane. Right, if you're flying with SAS, you cannot do a coordinated turn, right? So your turns are always going to look weird using SAS. Right, SAS is good for rockets. It's absolute garbage for airplanes. And again, this is atmospheric autopilot. Right, moderation and coordinated turn are generally the settings I like to use for flying airplanes. Right, double check action. To make sure he's deploying in the right direction. Sometimes he's deploy inverted. Alright, this one doesn't have the full cockpit like the other one does. Alright, we likely have enough angle of incidence to overcome the fact that we're slightly nose down, slightly. These need to come up one more notch. Let's roll back. They need to come up another notch. Hinkloff, I have them in Discord. I have a full mod list in Discord. In Discord, if you go to the KSP mods channel, it's in the pinned messages. I have the full mod list loaded out. And if you see something you want to know what the name of it is specifically, I can point you in the right direction. All right. One more time. Jeb and Bill. Yeah, and both of those are on CCAN. And I highly recommend using CCAN to install mods. We're still very slightly nose down, but that's not much. Oh, the other thing too is if you look over here in the lower left, right? Do you see the orange indicators that are moving around right now? Right, for my flight inputs. If you hit caps lock, they're going to turn from orange to turquoise. This gives you fine control, which is much better for flying airplanes. Right? It also works for rockets for like fine-tuning your RCS. Right, if you go to fine controls, your RCS drop to like 20%. Right, so instead of getting full 100% with your RCS, you get 20%. It helps a lot with docking and or very precise maneuvering. A nice, tight, close cockpit. Jeb and Bill, I hope you guys are friendly with one another. I didn't put any aviation lights on. I should have put some aviation lights on because now we're not worried about part count constraints. I don't know if we're going to be able to fly all the way out there yet. Because we're still not carrying that much more fuel. Right, and this is primarily a test flight anyway. Alright, Jeb. You are cleared for takeoff. Climbing up, throttle down, flaps down. Let's see what the stall speed is. Yeah, while we're fully loaded. Right around 36 knots for level flight. Under throttle. What stall speed? About 30 knots. Or about 30 meters a second. 30 meters a second is when the nose starts dropping. I'm going to swap the KSC approach. See how it is to land, as we couldn't ask for a better flying day to figure out how to land. Gonna fly a little racetrack pattern here. The radar altimeter. And by the way, if you want to see how your control surfaces and everything are working, if you just press F12, it gives you the aerodynamic overlay. So blue is wing lift, yellow is lift from control surfaces. So if you notice, our flaps right now, because of their increased angle of attack relative to our flight, they're actually generating more lift than our wing, right? Than the wing component that it's attached to. You can see the red lines is drag. Red lines are drag, right? So if I pull these back up, see how they've dropped off, but our speed is now coming up. Look how much our speed is coming up. Now watch when I drop these again. We'll start slowing down immediately, and you'll notice notice the velocity vector, the yellow circle out here. See how much it climbs, right? And we literally start climbing because of the increased lift. Looks like that rainstorm is just passing, so we should have cleared landing. And I want to do a landing while we're at max weight, like max fuel load. Because if we can handle a max load landing, then it won't matter, you know, coming back from however far we fly out. It's close. Keeping our speed low on purpose. Let's go ahead and start coming around. The benefit of a dihedral wing, as you bank the aircraft, one wing isn't losing as much lift as the other, right? So your nose doesn't drop as much, right, when you're in the turn. Right? Because when you bank the aircraft, your lift vector, you know, kind of, you know, it goes whichever way you're going, right? Your lift vector changes. Let's start our turn in and slow down a little more. Alright, and we're gonna put the yellow. This is why Kerbal Flight Indicator comes in so handy. Is I can put my velocity vector, as an example, right on the end of the runway. you can tell, this is where we're flying, where the velocity vector is, right? This is where our nose is pointed. And our nose is right now above the horizon. And again, our pappy lights always say we're too high. And we're going to put that just below the horizon for touching down. Alright, so we're going to bring that velocity vector right up just below the horizon, because that basically means our sink rate has been, you know, minimalized. Alright, now we have a new airplane. Alright, let's go ahead and recover that. We're gonna warp to the next day. And then all we need to do is add some aviation lights. Right, remove from symmetry. Green is port side. Trying to remember. Green port, red is starboard. Green is starboard. That's right. I always get those backwards, man. Unfortunately, these aren't bright enough to actually be landing lights. That'll work. Alright, so now let's see if this can fly out there to get our contract done. Alright, Val will fly this time, and Bill will be the flight engineer. Scientific, yes. Very much so. Well, in the base game, Kerbal Constructs allows you to be able to build bases anywhere you want. And there's plenty of bases that you can download that people have already pre-built. But yeah, I just hope they have airplane. I don't even know if they plan on doing airplanes at all. They haven't mentioned anything about it with KSA, so... Which one's furthest? That one, but I don't know if that's the one we actually want to fly to first. Because of the pattern. Now, we'll go that one, then that one, and then back. All right. All right, Val, you are cleared for takeoff. Coming left, heading 066. God, with this, with double engines, we can do a 15-degree climb out. Oh, went too far. Likes 10 better. These still generate a lot of drag, these landing gear. But this will be a much better fuselage design to be able to incorporate retractable landing gear when we get them unlocked. Alright, it's going to 2x Fizz Warp. Notice how much the wings came up? It's because I attached them to this fuel tank instead of the fuselage. I should have attached them to the fuselage. Drop the nose to a 5-degree climb. dude. So ridiculous. How many times have I said that? Drop the nose a little bit more. Continue to let that speed come up, and we'll still continue to climb. Right now we're at 121 minutes of flight time, and it's an hour and 7 minutes to the destination. But as we climb higher, our flight time is going to continue to increase, and as we burn off fuel, we'll be able to climb yet higher. Now, the main goal when you're doing an aircraft design as well is design it where it's going to spend the most time, right? Which is at cruise altitude. Right. Ideally, you want it to where by the time that you're at cruise altitude and cruise speed, if you look over here at our pitch yaw roll indicators, we have almost no deployment of our elevators. They're neutral. By them being neutral and minimizing our angle of attack, it dramatically reduces drag, right? Which allows us to be able to fly significantly further. Because that drag adds up. So we're already up to an hour and a half of flight time of fuel, basically, and an hour to go to our in-game time. We're in 2x phys warp. I attached the wings to the fuel tank. I should have attached them to the fuselage. It has to do with how the attachment hierarchy works. We don't have auto strut yet unlocked, so and level us out for the most part. Anybody, because I haven't been following KSA as closely as some people, as some of you probably are. Have they made any mention whatsoever about airplanes? Cruise along at over 390 knots. We're 660 kilometers out from waypoint 1. We've used 46 units of fuel thus far. Most of it was on the climb up. Cheap. Why does it have to be kittens or puppies? Why not penguins? For the parts, Oka, yes, but for the physics, maybe not. Right, because your rockets having to deal with aerodynamics are going to be same. It doesn't really matter as long as it's not protagonists or humans, right? Because you know you're gonna end up killing them. goes up just slightly. And that's why, yeah, there are no launch vehicles yet. And that's why I said, I mean, I know they're planning on opening up to the public very, very soon. I don't think it's, I think they should probably wait a little bit. Like, opening up to the public after only a year of work. I know they're looking to see how much donations they get, because they're going to be giving it away, but they'll encourage you to donate, right? So they can hire more people to get, you know, to work on the project. But, and I know KSP1 kind of went that route, but KSP1 was in a very unique situation, and KSP1 was lightning in a bottle. So I think they did. They tried to buy Kerbal. They put in a bid to do Kerbal Space Program 2. Before it was junk, because now nobody wants that. Nobody wants the Kerbal name, not anymore. Right? They've ruined it. Take-Two ruined it. It depends. Is it safe to fly the time warp flying airplanes? Alright, so first you have to realize that there's two different kinds of time warp in Kerbal. Right? You have your space time warp that you're probably used to. Right? In the atmosphere, if you do it, it's called phys warp. And you only go up to 4x, right? So, it's really going to depend. Number one, what do you have unlocked? Right? I don't have auto struts unlocked yet, so I can't go really safely go beyond 2x phys warp, because basically it's twice whatever physics are on it, and they're happening twice as much, right? So at 4x phys warp, you've increased the physics on your vessel by 4 times, right? So a couple of things, right? It is right. How well is your vehicle designed? Because that's going to play a big role. And 2, how is your CPU going to handle it? Can your CPU handle that many the amount of calculations required? And if you notice, when I went into 2x phys warp, the wings moved. They bent. Right? And that's where it comes into understanding the hierarchy, right, of when you put the parts together. Right? I attach these wings to this part here. Actually, they're attached to this part. Because this part is what's actually attached to this part. Right? I should have attached the wings directly to this and not to this, and then gizmoed them into place. The reason being is that a 1.25 meter attachment point has more strength than a 0.625 meter attachment point. Which is why I'm not going to go beyond 2x phys warp. I could have gone to 3 if I had attached this to that, which I may do when we go back. So the answer is, it depends. If you're flying with SAS, then no. You're actually better off using not flying with SAS and flying with trim than phys warping with SAS. Two slider, atmospheric autopilot if you're gonna fly airplanes. And then probably Kerbal Engineer, which gives you all of this information and much more. There's so much more information that you can get out of it. In fact, I need to tailor these a little bit. And then third would be Kerbal flight indicators, if you're going to be flying an airplane. Or even flying landers around like Moon or Minmus especially. Right, because Minmus is really, you're really better off not doing wheeled vehicles on Minmus because it's such low gravity. But this works quite well if you're using a flying lander type vehicle. And then For part looks, I can't do restock. Restock. Restock does not add any parts to the game. It just changes the way a lot of the vanilla parts look. They look so much better. It also cleans up how they attach to each other. Right, so it just looks so much more clean. Right, and it standardizes the texture palette and texture resolution size. Then there's also Restock Plus, which does add a couple of parts that are missing. It adds some in-between parts. Right, like spherical tanks. And a couple more strut pieces. Yeah, two-slider, well, the big thing, like, alright, so you're talking load time. Right, when you first launch Kerbal, the biggest impact on load time is part mods. Right, visual mods don't really add anything to the load time. It's the part mods where the load time starts getting really ridiculous. Believe it or not, the only part mods I have installed in this install is Airplane Plus, right, which is where this cockpit's from. It's where a couple of wing pieces are from, on this airplane specifically. Restock Plus, Kiz and Kaz, which is Kerbal Attachment System and Kerbal Inventory System, which adds some crucial parts in there. ScanSat, I really hope that like KSA adopts something like ScanSat from the very beginning. It gives you a reason to launch satellites, right, that aren't just ComSats. And then I decided to go ahead and install Universal Storage, which has a few parts in it. And then Grounded, right, which is those cute little ground vehicle we were driving around in. Right, it's a mod that it takes inspiration from the little yellow service vehicles you see driving around everywhere. Right, it gives you a bunch of little parts to be able to put together little ground vehicles. Mostly for around the KSC. They're not really good for, you know, all-terrain driving everywhere, as you've seen. Just like, yeah, the modders, a lot of modders really did a lot with KSP1 after KSP2 imploded. Right? Because for modders, KSP1 was a much more stable and better canvas to launch off of. Just do yourself a favor, though, and don't set your science at 20%. I don't recommend going below 40%, even if you want to challenge. 40% will force you to go interstellar before you can complete the tech tree, unless you load up your science lab many, many times over. Letting our speed come up, but I didn't realize we'd actually dropped a little bit in altitude, so we're not getting more fuel efficient. We're just getting faster. So we're gonna have to lose a little bit of speed and climb. Because I'm running ScanSat and D-Magic Orbital Science, which also adds a couple more parts. They add more science parts, like this magnetometer, and a few other things, so you end up getting a little bit more science. Right, so, but at 20%, if I was right, at 20, I can tell you though, because I've tried it before, if you're playing straight vanilla 20%, you're going to lock yourself. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I mean, you would be hard pressed to even get to the moon. I did it because I want to do more sites around Kerbin, where the vanilla game really pushes you to go to the moon like immediately. Like it's like mission 3 or 4 is go to the moon. Which is a little too soon. We're gonna have to do a crewed or polar orbital launch to get our next round of science. Well, last time we flew this, we did it in 3x time warp, and it went by a lot faster. This is a really long plane ride. Oh, there's an eclipse. And we're only about halfway there. Just like, yeah, even if you can even do that, because you're going to be doing it on an FLT, on the FL 100 tanks. Cape Kerman's up there. Uber Dam Airfield is up there. That would be a good one to go to the poles to unlock. We might consider unlocking this airfield to be able to go up to the pole. There's the desert site. We still need to go out there. We can get more science out there too, actually. We'll be able to get our unlock our next science node, whichever one we want to do. Just by going out to to that site in Woomerang. Where is Woomerang? Woomerang is up there. And that's TSC 5 is over there. Nye Island. South Lake is down there. South Lake would even be further away. Sandy Island, I don't think there's a runway out here though. I think it's just a helipad. Unless we built our own base. Coming up at 9,200 meters altitude. I'm trying to get us more efficient. As long as our speed stays above 200 meters a second, the time won't be too bad. under 230 kilometers out. We're coming up on almost using half of our fuel. Right, and as I said, we're flying to that one first, then we gotta fly to that one, and then back. And it's gonna be tight. All right, 9,400 meters altitude. Flight time is actually going up right now because we're climbing. All right, but it's a trade-off because we'll fly slower. And we have gone through a little over half our fuel now. 200 kilometers out. We're about 7 minutes out in real time. Clear skies though. And I'm sure Valentina and Bill have gotten to know each other much, much better. Right? They know what each other's sweaty butt smells like now. Do you guys like taking long flights in KSP when you're playing? Generally, I like to wait until a, supersonic flight makes these flights much better. Hey, Gloff, you don't? MGB, do you need my rescale? Or do you still have it? I mean invalid file type. Oh, I gotta zip it. Hold on. There you go, my friend. Yeah, you'll still need Sigma Dimensions, but you don't need to do anything with it. Right, Sigma Dimensions just allows you to do the rescale, but you need something else to tell Sigma Dimensions what to do, basically. Right, and that's what that rescale is. It's just a config. And then obviously, you need Copernicus or Sigma to work. Oh, you're also going to want chronometer, right? Because you'll need to change the to fix the time. Yeah. So then all you need to do is drop in the rescale, And you can tweak the rescale if you want to. Just be careful what you change. Right, and then as far as like setting your DSN modifiers when you're starting a new save, use the same settings that you would use for GNSQ. Right, less than 90 kilometers out. From waypoint 1. Marius, just so you're aware, Twitch has been acting up a lot recently. Like the last week, it's been really kind of messed up. As I said, we're gonna hit this waypoint, and then we're gonna fly to that one, and then that one. And then fly back, hopefully.
Coming in hot! Coming in hot, baby!
Vaccine TV coming in hot! Yeah, like, see, like the, all that stuff is coming in, like, all weird. Alyssis, what's going on? Vaccine, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid today. Alright, I am Rocket. This is Welcome to Rocketology. We are currently flying an airplane off very far to go get a an early survey mission done that just happens to be really far from the KSC. And you were also doing some Kerbal, huh? Very nice. A lot of people struggle with planes. That's how I started streaming Kerbal, was to teach airplanes. Long time ago. Like 9.5 years ago now. No worries, MGB. Ulysses, the answer to that question is...
Yes.
I have quite a few mods. Most of them, though, are primarily visual, and then just quality of life and utility mods. I don't have that many part mods installed. But if you see something that you want to know what it is, I can point you in the right direction. Or I can send you my Discord to get the mod list. I do have it in Discord. Alright, if you type in !point Discord, yes, you need another Discord. And then go to the KSP mods channel and go to the pinned messages. There's a text file there that has all the mods listed. It's too many for me to just ramble off. Vaccine, that is courtesy of BlackRack. Right, so the clouds, the water, and wait till you see the actual storms. That is BlackRack, but the only way to get it is to go through his Patreon page, which I can link for you if you want it. All right, you just gotta subscribe for 1 month, and then you can cancel if you want to. to get the download. Yeah, storms. Let me get this settled in. But yeah, just to give you an idea, this is KSP1. And this is Black Racks. That's his Patreon to get those. Right, and then if you want the ground stuff, which you'll be able to see here, like if you want the ground stuff, this is Lynx's Scatterer. I mean, the Lynx's Parallax Continued, and this is on CCAN, right? And it also probably could be deserved to be behind a Patreon paywall, but it is not. But yeah, it's just stunning. Oops, wrong button. Did I? Shit. Yep, I got way distracted. Yeah, we didn't just pass the waypoint, we went way past it. Shit. Now we're really gonna have a problem. We now for certain don't have fuel enough to get back. Just having to do this big old turn at this altitude and how much speed I'm losing in order to be able to come back. It's going to be a water ditch now for sure. Yep. Yep. Nope. Can't do any more than even that. 2x is it. Alright, we got that one. Vaccine, yes. I am using an Airplane Plus though. Airplane Plus is the only parts though from it are, well, the cockpit and the wingtips, the horizontal stabilizers, and the vertical stabilizer. But you can easily swap those out with the vanilla parts. if Kerbal X was still working, I would send you to my Bone Vanilla starter airplane to dissect and look at, but Kerbal X doesn't work anymore, apparently. Livert, I do not have a mods command. The mods are in Discord. Alright, let's not get distracted for too long here. Right, but in Discord, if you go down to the KSP mods channel, back up, go to the pin messages. Right, and actually I don't even need to go to pin messages, it's right here. Right, but it is too many to be able to just list out. But it's right there. But if you see something specific that you're interested in, I can point you to it. Otherwise, Discord if you want the full mods list. Right, or YouTube. You can go to my YouTube channel too. It's listed in the playlist. It's listed in the playlist and under episode number 1 in the description. It has the full list. Episode number 1 is the easier list to read because it has a different type of formatting than from YouTube than what is on the description for the playlist. Alright, we got all the contracts. And I am certain we are not being able to go fly back to the KSC now. Yeah, we have 29 minutes of fuel and an hour of flight time. We're gonna end up water ditching. Again. This needs more fuel. Problem is, I don't know and think these landing gear can handle more mass. Like I said, you pretty much don't, with the fixed landing gear, you want to stay below 5 tons. Like 5 tons is like the upper limit. They start getting wonky above 5 tons. But it is contract complete finally on that. That's a decent amount of money. I don't have 20,000. That's a little bit. I'm probably right around 12,000. Would probably a good, better guess. Liberty, it does. Oh, if you just want the visuals, that's easy. It's black rack and links. However, black rack's volumetric clouds. And it's all of this stuff is behind his paywall on Patreon, but it's worth it, especially when you see a storm. Right, and then all the ground textures minus the water. Water is part of the scatterer, but the all the ground textures with the plants and everything like that, that's from Parallax Continued. I've definitely mastered airplanes, I can tell you that. There's not much in it with an airplane that I have not done or been able to do. I just flew it earlier before you came in my sandbox save. I have an airplane that I use to teach advanced aerodynamics. It can fly in any direction, including backwards. And there's no reaction wheels on the plane. Oh, that's my other #1 rule thing for airplanes. No reaction wheels. You need to turn them off. No reaction wheels in airplanes. because it creates what's known as an internal force, right? Which makes the planes feel weird. To me, it makes them feel weird. So if you're like used to playing like a flight simulator, like Microsoft Flight Simulator or DCS World, right? If you want your airplane to feel like an airplane, you want an external force, which are, you know, by control surfaces, right? Where the reaction wheels is an internal force, and it's just weird. Pancake, the plane, yeah, it can, not this one, but the plane can fly sideways, yes. Not sustained, but you can keep turning with it and keep your velocity vector like 90 degrees, about 75 degrees off. Thanks, Basine. And Hinkoff, yeah, it would have been close. Without the turnaround, we lost quite a bit of energy with the turnaround, though. I mean, it's more than you'd think, probably, but it would have been close. Train, you're a former combat engineer? Nice, buddy. I can't remember the name of the unit, but when I was in 3rd Ranger Battalion, there's an engineer, a combat engineer unit, like right there. Or at least there used to be. I don't know if they've moved or not. You have to remember, I was there a long time ago. I was there in the 90s, early 90s. So we used to share a mess hall with them. Desert Strong. I served between the deserts. Out of Fort Bliss, Texas. That's it from 92 to 98. Trainwreck, well, thank you for continuing yours, man. I'm a little over 30. It's the camera. And the hat. We made, where are we at on fuel? 38 units. Don't necessarily want to do an emergency landing in the on the ground. Much easier to do in the water. And Val and Kerman both should have their parachutes anyway. Just double checking any science over at grasslands. We've already got it all. Got about 14 minutes of fuel left. Livered, yeah, once you start modding, it opens up so many different things. Ingloff, not specifically, other than how hard it is to land. When you're coming in unpowered, you only get one shot at it, right? And so if you're coming in and suddenly realize that there's terrain or debris in the way that you couldn't see until you got closer, you're screwed, you're committed. Right, so with the water, you're not committed. Right, with the water, it doesn't matter. It's going to be the same. It's going to be uniform. Right? A train, there's a lot to learn with it. And the trick is, there's so much to learn, is like anything else, right? It's like eating a 200-pound pumpkin pie. Just start with one bite at a time. That too, yes. You get more money back the closer you are to KSC. And the Rocketology Rebalance mod makes cockpits 10 times more expensive and engines 5 times more expensive to encourage recovery and reuse. It also removes reaction wheels from all airplane cockpits. Just a side note on that. But yeah, it definitely makes it worth reuse. Because normally, before, because as I said, it's been like a 2.5-3 year break since I played Kerbal. And our last, we got to the point where we're doing manual recovery of everything. There was no using this recover button unless you're back at the KSC. So if you landed Kerbals out in the water somewhere, you had to go get them and then bring them back, right? And if you couldn't bring the vehicle back, the vehicle stayed there until you unlocked the technology later on in the tech tree to bring them back. Right, so we would have boats with winches, you know, hence Kerbal inventory system and attachment system, because it adds winches. Right, but it gave a reason to actually build boats and airplanes, other than just doing this stuff. Right, it gives like an actual practical use to it. Trainwreck, most people when they're early on, like first starting out with Kerbal, they try to go too far too fast, right? Too much at a time, right? Break it down into smaller pieces, just like eating that 200-pound pie. Take us up a little bit more as we have 6.5 minutes of fuel remaining. In Hinkoff, we probably wouldn't have made it back. We would have been a lot closer though. We wouldn't have been that far out, this far out for sure. And we burned through about 10 minutes worth of fuel. If you add it, you know, if you roughly, because how much speed we lost by having to turn around so sharply. Right, so you had to regain it back, and accelerating is where you use most of your fuel. Cucumber! What's up, Cucumber? Thanks for the resub, buddy. I appreciate it. All right, 3 minutes of fuel remaining. All right, I'm gonna have to come left. I need to aim out towards the water over here. We don't want to land in a land unpowered. One thing to land on a runway unpowered. Whole nother thing to land in the wilderness unpowered. We're gonna be landing in the water over here. From this altitude, we should be able to glide about 30-ish kilometers. 30 seconds of fuel. And that's all she wrote. All right, glide time. Yeah, get out and push. Dude, delivered. We've done that back from the moon. Long time ago. We ran out of fuel coming back from the moon and had to get out and push. Yeah, the clouds are insane. Like, they look so good, they make the parts look bad. This airplane has a steeper glide slope than our first airplane does. or probably because it weighs more. We're more or less using the same wing area, but this plane has a much higher dry mass. And remember to come out of fizz warp as we get ready to land. Landing in water, or landing period with fizz warp on is bad idea. All right, I'm gonna come out of fizz warp now before I forget. And we gotta come down with enough speed to be able to pull the nose up. And no flaps on a glide. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Look at that. All right, 200 meters. Start pulling up here. We're at less than 100 meters. Why did we blow up? That makes no sense. We were perfectly fine and then we weren't. Yeah, pieces flying like that? Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, they're still landing. The parts are still landing. Well, that means we're gonna have to run this contract again because I am going to revert. Well, shit. Our last mission was with sucked because I don't know what caused all that to go bonkers, but it did. Maki, yeah, maybe. Yeah, because we can't. The problem is that we're really close to like 5 tons. So yeah, drop tanks. We wouldn't have to land with them. We could take off, right? Which is a different story, but not land with them. But that will have to wait. Booyah, yeah. Problem is, it means fully resetting the wing, and I don't want to. I'll wait. It's only because they're trying to do fizz warp is the only reason. And if we start doing boats, we may have to turn the waves off. Because it gets to the point where you can't interact with 2 different vessels with the waves. Man, that was a long flight for that. And it was like a delayed reaction because we were already splashed down and then suddenly... Yeah, we'll tweak the design another day. We gotta show the plane again here first. Again, there's no reaction wheels on this cockpit or anywhere else on the airplane. It's just high thrust weight ratio, thrust vectoring, control surfaces, and balancing all the physics out. Flying it backwards, though, is kind of like balancing on the head of a pin. I have to be pretty precise with it. And I pretty much have to, I'm stuck flying in a straight line. The whole idea with this plane was to teach, advanced aerodynamics in KSP. Plus, it's a good science plane, for, mid-career. Right, and with the control surfaces, I can move the center of lift backwards so that it becomes stable. Right, like now it's like perfectly stable. Not perfectly, but close enough that, it's really easy to fly. I put fireworks on it. We're gonna hit. Oh, that was close. Woo, trim the grass. And this plane is all stock, just here where it's all vanilla. Man, you can't, it's a little harder to control in the thinner air. Plus you have to be going a lot faster to be able to do any of it. So your G-forces end up being a lot higher. Right, if your G-forces are too high, the plane just comes apart. I mean, even that is basically, I just blocked her out. Right, that was an instantaneous 21 Gs. And it blocked her out. Right, so the answer really is no. It really, you gotta be at lower altitudes. And as I said, to fly backwards is like bouncing on the head of a pin. Merit, 21 Gs instantaneous would not be deadly, but it would sure as shit hurt. Right? I mean, if you pull the ejection seat handle, well, on a fighter plane, that's 20 Gs. Think about that one F1 car driver that pulled 200 and some odd Gs, because he went from like 227 miles an hour to 0 in like 6 inches. He literally broke every bone in his body, but he lived. But yeah, that was like 217 or 218 Gs. Right? It's sustained Gs that kill you. Instantaneous Gs just break bones. Oh, dude, it's way higher than 42.6. There's video of it. That guy, he was an IndyCar driver, literally went from like 227 or 220 plus miles an hour to 0 in 6 inches. It was like 218 Gs. And lived. Probably wishes he hadn't. I mean, 21 Gs can be deadly if you're pregnant or elderly, right? Or an infant, odds are, yeah, you're done. All right, but boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, Rocketeers all, I think that is going to do it for me today. All right, so we've been going for almost 6.5 hours. Again, later this evening, this will be uploaded to YouTube, so if you need YouTube access, make sure you give a sub over there, right? And if you're missing out or you want to see this from the very beginning, it's on you. The first 3 episodes are up on YouTube. Today's episode 4, so the first 3 are up on YouTube. Right, but we're gonna call it a day here. Rain and Vaseem, thank you guys for popping in, man. Much appreciated. All the new follows today, thank you so much. The new subs or resubs, much appreciated. MGB, dude, for the bits, thank you, sir. Oh yeah, 46. Yeah, 46 sustain is bonkers. All right, let's see here. Who else is up and running? Someone named Freda. I'm unfamiliar, but they are streaming Kerbal. So we'll pass the love forward. All right, and also if you guys need any of the social access stuff, there you go. Right, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Blue Sky, Discord, all right there. Feel free to ask any of your questions in Discord. You know, even if I'm not streaming, I myself or somebody else can respond. We actually have a KSP help desk for anybody that's new to Kerbal, you know, trying to understand the reins of things. Right? Easy enough on Discord to pop in and, you know, stream a little bit on, you know, somebody can stream their desktop on Discord to show you what to do type of thing. Right? But with that, thank you guys so much. Much appreciated. You guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, wherever you may be. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, we're going to go hang out with whoever this Freda person is. Have a good night, everybody, and thank you again.
Thank you, Rocketology, for the raids. We are in a very deeply silly situation right now. Now,